All right, we're good to go.
All right.
Yeah, your name's added, and then depending on what happens with Nikita, if Nikita is, I mean, he should at this point, you know.
Yeah. For sure.
And then KT. So. Yeah, because I'm getting the butt crack of dawn, I'll just get like a fucking Laquita near the airport. It'll be like 70-80 bucks. I'm like,
All right.
yeah, so just get there and then
Just sleep in the airport. I could do that.
dude, again, I'm fucking old, dude.
Well, no, you stay at the hotel. I'm just like, I'm fine.
I understand, but I'd rather, you know how long that week is. You were literally with me there a year from ago, so yeah, we don't want to be doing that.
Yeah.
Also, because the hotel is far, like we're gonna be spending like the whole day out, you know?
It's true. Yeah, it's true.
And night. So what I'm actually thinking is like,
I'm gonna fucking crush that diner on one of these days.
which diner?
Fucking
Oh, the one across from Moscone.
Crush it. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to find like a place to just sit, or like I might take a nap midday just on the lawn over there, you know? But
bro, the first GDC that I think it was the second one I went to when it was like pissing with rain the whole time.
I don't know, man. There's a couple of years it just rains like a motherfucker. Yeah. I think I lost you.
I'm here.
Oh. Wait, that was like half a sentence.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's just, you know, it's like, fucking, it's funny.
Yeah.
But, but yeah.
Yeah. If anything, and then you're flying up to Seattle after, or are you going straight?
I am, yeah. And then I'm back in New York Sunday night.
Okay, so that's a Friday flight, right?
I actually don't have a flight right now.
Just book it for Friday. I mean, might as well, or Saturday. Like,
yeah, one of the two. I can be flexible because I was gonna use miles anyway because I was just like, so the price it's locked in. Like it's gonna be the same amount of miles regardless. So I can be a little bit flexible on like if I need to go out Saturday or Friday. That was kind of the idea.
Yeah. That makes sense. I got a flight to Burbank for, dude, it was the cheapest flight I've ever. Oh wait, Burbank. Let me see.
Dude, I was surprised about how cheap that. I was looking at that. I was like cringing a little bit because I know these cross-country flights can be terrible, but just for some reason, all the flights on Alaska just got halved. Like,
what the?
Yeah. Like if you look on Expedia hasn't even caught up to it. Like if you look on Expedia, like the flight should be like $500, but one way. But like on Alaska, like the saver tickets or even like the main cabin tickets are like $250, $260.
Oh, that's freaking great.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the flights, like, because I booked so damn early. What is this? It's not Southwest. I need I paid, no joke, because the 1 hour flight from SFO to Burbank, or my favorite airport.
Yeah. I
paid $28.48.
It's like a bus ticket.
It's gotta be cheaper than a fucking bus ticket, man. There's no way under 30. I'm talking about all in cost. Like, the airfare was $12.26. The US, like, there's $12.26, and it was $15.92 for taxes. So the taxes cost more than the flight itself. Yeah, it's the craziest. I had no idea it could even be like this. And they have the audacity, if I did check in a bag, to charge you $40 for a bag.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Fucking hilarious, man. Anyways, yeah, so let me actually book. You know what, I'll just ask it to you right now. And then if it says yes, let me just book this immediately. I should find like Watch it. Oh, dude, we have to fucking change it to his name, don't we?
KT's?
If he's there on the 16th, if he's there earlier.
Imagine. That would be kind of funny as fuck, I'm not gonna lie.
I just called them to add your name. If anything, here, I'll just book the hotel under his fucking name. The one that's close. Oh, perfect.
Oh.
Okay, perfect.
I wonder if he's taking my flight. Wait, you flying Alaska? Hold on, let me ask him.
Yeah.
Wait, are you flying Alaska? Like the airline? Delta. Alright. Where from? Ah, worried he's going another way.
Alright, perfect. Perfect. And then... oh, also, we have to sign up for this shit. I'm gonna put it in... Actually, I'm just gonna DM it to you. Where are you? That's for June. It's a different conference.
Word.
Don't die. What the?
You know, because all the flights are crashing. The Delta flights.
Let's see. 16 to 17. Let's see what KT said. KT's very superstitious, man.
That's true. That's why I said don't die. I'm, you know. Okay.
I mean, at this point, should I just fucking book another night at one of these shits? Nope, fucking not doing that. Not fucking doing that. Holy fuck, dude. Wait a minute, there's no way. Oh, it's all booked. That is... you know, it's not as bad as usual. These hotels in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Could be much worse than this shit.
Maybe everybody's realizing.
Yeah, it's like not to go. Or again, maybe it's literally the market right now.
True. Yeah, it's a...
Okay, dude, all these hotels near the airport are still using COVID as the excuse that they don't have shuttles. It's fucking nonsense here. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, they're in the scene together, huh?
Hmm?
Okay. Hyatt, where's the Hyatt? Hyatt Regency. Hyatt fucking Regency. Where are you? La Quinta. I mean, honestly, does it even fucking matter? One room, one guest, double tree, yada yada.
What's up, dude?
Okay.
If you're in the middle of something, feel free to bounce, because it's.
Nah, man, I'm in the middle of teleportation, which is, yeah, I have some questions. So,
Word.
it's all good.
So, I wanted to just look at with fresh eyes, like the problem of jumping on and off cars and freedom of movement again with sync and all that kind of stuff. And I kind of want to just get a lay of the land of what you found out when making the seat system. So in my head, the approach that I think we should take was always player jumps onto the car, and one way or another we detect that they should be attached to this car now. A million different ways we could do that, but we decide that there now should be on this car, right? Or synced to this car. We send some RPC to the client, that the client now parents themselves to this vehicle, or to some point on the vehicle, maybe on the surface of it or something, you know. And once their local player is parented to the vehicle, that vehicle is receiving input, like, you know, changes in direction from the owner, whoever has authority of the vehicle. So that vehicle's moving on its own, but the player is now parented to that vehicle. They can move around freely, and the vehicle is gonna just always make sure that they're relatively, you know, maintained in that position, whatever. And then if the player decides to jump out of the vehicle, basically, like, we do some detection, maybe on a radius or some trigger collider on trigger exit or something like that, to say, like, all right, they're leaving now. They have found themselves outside of the vehicle. We then just send an RPC to remove that parent from whatever the root or hardware rig is. To me, it always seemed that simple, but
That's kind of what's happening. There's some checking in between, to make sure that two people aren't driving the same car, and then assuming input of the car, like input authority over the car, is a little bit convoluted, and it's woven into just the driver's seat. Every other seat is exactly as you described.
right.
But yeah, that's pretty much the lay of the land. It's like, you hit a button, a series of RPCs happen, you parent yourself in some way to this vehicle, or something that's parented to the vehicle, like in Casey's case.
Yeah.
And if you're the driver, you have to attach the reference to your input handler via the RPCs, make sure that no one else is doing this so we don't send a whole gang of shit, and then you can drive. And then getting off is, again, the inverse of that. You just hit a button or send some initial RPC that kicks off the whole series, and eventually you end up giving over control and getting off the vehicle. That is exactly the state of the world. So I think where this is going, segue wise, is like, okay, well, how do we make this intuitive without fucking button press, right? And I mean, that makes sense to me, that it could be the collider system, or it could be something else like teleport or some other mechanic. In the teleport case, to me, it's very clear that this is for this, and it goes for like this seat, and we can weave in the same RPC flow. For the collider situation, I think it's also pretty clear. My only worry / concern is that we're driving the car and like throwing parts on the car. We have like a whole other gang of colliders, and I wonder if in this scenario, if we're using like on trigger enter or something that like that, the issue we had with multiple colliders is like which is doing what. Like they're all kind of subscribed to this trigger event if they are trigger colliders, and there's a bunch already. So that's my hesitation there, and why I'm like, well, teleport seems like excluded from that process, but I am open to like, maybe I just don't know how to do that properly, and I'm making a big deal out of nothing.
The collider stuff, we have the luxury of the fact that it's the player. So if it's the player, we can comfortably gate the collisions just based off of layers, putting them on different layers. So like making the colliders only interact with the grabbable layer, for instance. That's how like the set stuff works. So they just ignore anything that's not on the grabbable layer. Like they won't even send a collision event. And like the player is never on the grabbable layer. So like those two, that can be church and state there. To be honest, how we get on and off the car is secondary a little bit, because what I'm trying to figure out is what screws up in that equation, if anything. I could be mistaking it, that doesn't allow us to move around.
I don't think anything screws up. We literally parent you to the car and turn your character controller off. Because we're assuming that your joystick is going to move you as the driver. Like you're going to use that for steering input, so we lock you in place.
Right,
like,
sorry.
There's nothing at this moment that says that like we can just leave that back on and you can move around the car. I think the actual fix, now that I'm looking at it and asking AI and talking to KT, is that he has a stabilization situation where, okay, when you attach to the car, we spawn the empty that actually gets parented to the car in your place. And then you get parented to this empty.
Yeah.
And that's your representation with all the damping, etc.
Right, which makes sense.
I'm thinking, okay, well, like, yeah, I mean, we can have you just move your local person, but like, again, this empty system, it makes sense to kind of treat that as your on-car character if we want to have some sort of movement system. The only thing that really doesn't make it make sense to me is if you're a driver, how do we make that make sense? Like that my joystick is moving me, but this car also. For the rider, for every single other person, I think it's super clear.
Yeah.
But the driver is actually like, do we just want to leave them locked and everyone else can try to walk? Can we try that?
I mean, earliest if we want to, but to be honest, like the driver's going to be able to. The driver's not going to lose their. In the final version of the game, even for April 1st, like the driver's going to be driving with the steering wheel, so they wouldn't need a reason to like unlock. The joystick steering wouldn't be a part of the game at that point. So
I mean, even without, I think to move and drive, now we talk about acceleration and making that an automatic thing, because it's just not intuitive to walk and drive at the same time.
Right. One thing I do remember though was the whole thing where I don't know if this was when we were syncing players differently, but I do remember when we had a steering wheel and you got on the car and you drove and we hadn't locked your character controller, you would like slide from one side of the car to the other. I don't remember why that was, to be honest. Yeah, I don't remember why that was. So like, yeah, they could be some locked state while you're grabbing the steering wheel or something like that, potentially. I'm more right now concerned with the riders. The driver, we can figure that out, right? You know, we can lock your character controller. We can lock you into certain position. the like you got to walk up to a certain point, and when you stand on that point, like, and you know, you become the driver unless you leave or something. I don't know, but like if the riders can walk around and jump around and stuff, and they're gonna be more or less like they're gonna remain synced with this car, you know, locally, and you know, with a little bit of prediction, you know, in the network sense, and it is just that simple, then I'll try that right now, because I want to just I want to try and make
yeah, I would say make yourself a rider and literally turn your character controller on. Like, it's like one line, but I don't think that's the actual fix, because like if we have this box collider situation, right, then like what's to stop you from just walking off the car or falling or sliding off of this car?
Sliding is a different concern. So like if the riders are sliding too back and forth whenever the car turns, there's something inherently incorrect about the parenting system, right? Like, either we're not parenting to the right thing, like we need to parent to a point on the car and not the vehicle itself or something like that, right? Like we need to parent to a really specific point, or like we need to do like a more complex sync, which I would want to avoid. But if sync is not the issue, or if players are not going to slide, then I'm actually quite happy with players accidentally falling off the cars and jumping off of them and shit like that.
Really don't think that that's what we want though. Like, because like my whole issue is like once we're on these cars, you kind of want to be on the car. Like you made the choice to be. Yeah. And there's a million ways for you to easily get knocked off when it's this collider based situation if we allow you to just walk. So like I do think there would be some concept of like, yo, once you're on the car, you've made a choice. This car is kind of a place. I think you have to make a choice to leave. Yeah. Unless this car flips. Like,
I mean, we could put some, I don't know. I mean, like, I hear your point. Like, we can put some small, like, we can enforce that you had to have jumped or something like that in order to, you know, like, or the radius to leave the car is like really wide, or the, like, we even put maybe some guardrails on the bottom of the car so you can't just easily walk off of it or something like that. So like when you are on the car, you're actually a part of the vehicle layer, and so now you get a whole other set of colliders that you can now interact with. Like getting on the car, you would pass right through them, but if you're now trying to get off of the car, like you can't just like walk off, you'd walk into like an invisible wall and you have to like jump out. I don't, like, that's all stuff that I'm happy to try and test, but like as long as players can freely walk around and jump off, and their position stays relatively synced on a fast moving car, like that's priority number one for me. Because if players are like sliding around and it's not gonna, like, they're not gonna be comfortably sat there and it's not gonna be stable enough, then like I need to work on a solution like ASAP.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's sliding, but I guess you just want people to jump on and off the car. I'm saying there's like a lot of shit we have to hide in that interaction, that like the just giving users the choice of like you have to pick a seat removes a lot of shit that we would have to think about in the free movement case. Because what if this car is full?
Well,
we have to show them something. We can't just,
but that's also why should cars be full?
But literally I don't think we can just have 7 synced bodies on a car without, like, I think I think literally these cars need to have a limit. Like,
Well,
they're
do
not
they?
that big. I think they do. Yes, I don't think 8 people should be on one car. I think these cars have a limit, especially with our fast-moving physics. I don't think we should have 8 people on one car. I don't think we should have even more than 4 people on one car. I don't think we should change scope.
Well, okay,
Period.
hold on.
I think we should.
But is it changing
Yeah.
scope? Because what does the sync come from? Like, where does it come from? The sync is just from my understanding, the sync for like the network player is just syncing the local player's position. But each individual local player is handling their own parented relationship with the car. So they're handling their own relationship with a car that's receiving input. And then like on the other end, like they're just receiving a synced view of a normal player. It's as if 8 players are standing next to each other. It's not like, unless I'm wrong.
I don't think it's a. I guess what I'm saying is it's totally possible and it's not hard. We could parent 8 people and have them moving on the car and talking and all of that good spatial audio and all that shit that we have to maintain on that one car in close proximity. We can, right? But I'm saying, like, why?
Well, I guess my question, to be honest, it sounds like a cop-out, but my response would be, why not? Like
See, but that's not an answer.
Okay, hold on.
We have a scope that's clearly defined and like a deadline that is rapidly approaching.
I get it.
So my thing is like,
hold on. What I wanted to say with that was that I think, to be honest, introducing a limit to cars adds scope. Because it adds a layer of, we have to maintain this limit of the vehicle and like account for it and show it and somehow deal with it, versus just not having to do that.
To your point, if we remove the limit, right? Yeah. But we have to literally have a limit because we can't have infinite arrays. So we have to pick some number. Whether it's a bigger number or not, that's fine. And I think it should be managed by the car. The car should know how many people are on the car and who is attached. I don't think we can avoid that. And arrays are fixed. So we have to pick a number. It could be a really big number, to your point. Right. But I think we should have a number.
But just because admittedly, this is me showing my lack of knowledge on the current state of the system. The array is necessary for what exactly? Like what
we have a number of seats.
Right.
And we have seats on the car because we may do other things with these people on the car, and we need the car to have reference for this. For our game, Get Set Go. For this sandbox, I 1,000,000% hear what you're saying. And it's like, okay, well, let's just create a new seat manager that doesn't manage seats, right? But my thing is, now we're adding scope because we have a working seat manager.
Okay, that's
and it
fair.
Sounds like we want to use it to not have a menu, and that's, I don't know. That seems like the issue is this menu and how to interface with it. And to your point of the colliders and you just pairing yourself, I think that's well and fine. But in the networked object scenario, if you ever want to take input or do something, we need some reference of you.
Right.
So we do have to keep track of you, and that's all really the seats do.
Right. Okay.
It's not really in charge of parenting you to the car, but it does do some other things for us just for managing you.
Sure. And your relationship to the car, which makes sense. Your kind of role on the car, which makes sense. I guess my only question is, could that be a list? Like, so my thought is, couldn't we, instead of having a number of seats that are like empties in and of themselves that you parent to, like, we just have one point in the middle that anybody who jumps onto the car will parent themselves to, and we amend a list of people who are currently on the car. And if any one of those people wants to take control of the car. We just, you know, that's how we know that player ref exists on that car.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to rewrite that, that's fine. That's what it is, though. Like, so, like, if we want to rewrite it to be more than 4 because we designed it for 4, right?
Yeah.
Then totally fine. I'm saying that's what we're doing, though.
Right now?
No, like it sounds like we're rewriting the seat manager, but
which is in essence is a rework, which is more scope. That's what you're saying.
Because I feel you. If we want more people, like for this demo, I'm saying, okay, put that limit to fucking 24 or whatever, and let's not think about it. But the issue that we don't have is like this fucking menu and these colliders. So if it is this collider system versus teleport, I'm saying in order to make that work with what we have today, there's already a series of colliders for each seat. We don't use them for anything other than just referring to the seat and making sure that you hit like a physical thing. Mm-hmm. So if that is in this system and parenting people, well, it's already on the cars. So you can like, as of right now, find all the photon seats on the car by like the seats or the vehicle seats and do whatever with them. Now, if you're saying we're going to remove them and make it just one anchor, well, then we need a new seat system entirely. And that's where I'm like, I don't know if you want to do that. You can, but I don't know if you want to do that.
Right. Okay, I see your point. Yeah, I mean, all right,
because what I want to do is help you do the collide, because there's a thing that I don't understand about the colliders, which is like the interaction between the layers and these trigger events. I clearly did not have comprehension of that the last time. And so this time it's like, for our vehicle rig, I could just walk you through that so you have like a pretty clear understanding. And it gets into my issue of like the levels of colliders we already have and like how it could get crazy, and just how to manage it. So I'm not even sharing my screen. So let me pull the skateboard. So the car itself needs at least one box collider on the roof.
Right.
And that's just for this raycast system for driving it. Everything else, honestly, is fair game, and you can do anything to it. So in the controls little section, this is where all UI, seat system, etc. is. Seats work by this vehicle seat manager.
Yep.
It just looks for every photon seat that's on the car, and then assigns one to the driver. So the driver's seat is a little different and has different functions, and then every other seat is the rider's seat. And the seats are just literally these colliders with the parenting points. So to your point, we could just have one passenger seat, like fuck 3 seats, one seat, and everyone is a passenger, rider, passenger, and passengers walk around, drivers don't, or at the moment they stand by the steering wheel, or everyone's a passenger, and we figure out a different way to be a driver. I think some of those things are what we could do with the existing system without having to rewrite it, just to save you time. I'll go through the script later. Okay, driver's seat, all it is box collider, but it's really this script. What type of seat is it? Driver, rider? Is it occupied? And then it just has references to like the input provider for the person sitting in it, the anchor to like parent the person to it, and the vehicle itself. If we were to do any like, I just need like the speed of the vehicle and like certain things about like how fast they're moving for like a little better prediction and just making that system a little better. That's why I was thinking we need this vehicle controller. But yeah, that's all these seats do. And so 4 of them because there's 4 of them. But also I keep track of just 4. So I can make that a list, right? But to your point, it could just be 1 seat, and it seems like, I don't know, we're either going to rewrite something that works, but if we just add the colliders to it, I think we could actually like make it useful. Right. Like I don't think we have to rewrite the whole thing. So going into the script, vehicle seat manager, this just handles the request and like authority side of things. RPCs. So pretty much these 2 buttons kick off the whole everything. Try to sit in a driver's seat, try to sit in a passenger seat. So to your point of like, hey, this is already kind of handled, this driver's seat scenario. Maybe there's a world where this collider system can just check like, is anybody in this car? Is it unoccupied? If it is, if this is an empty car, no driver, invoke this function. Everyone else invoke the other function and just sit in the available seat with the 1 parenting point. Yeah, I think that's kind of what has to tie into your on trigger enter and exit system. Exit is just this, like, it's kind of idempotent. You just leave your seat. So yeah, these 3 functions in the vehicle seat manager are like what controls sitting and leaving. So yeah, if you could tie them into whatever collider system and kind of invoke them as needed, that's how the menu disappears.
Right. Yeah, so my approach, like with the colliders, there's really 2 ways we could do it. One way is so to get onto the vehicle, we could actually reuse that big box collider. You know, that's the surface of the vehicle, basically. And if I remember correctly, with on collision enter, you can actually check which face of the collider has been touched. So like we can just lock it to that top face and basically say like, if I land on the surface of the car, more or less,
the tank is a little different.
Right, yeah, we'd probably have one that's like actually, you know, maybe a couple depending on, you know, but it could be an array of them or whatever. But yeah, basically if I land on the surface of the car, we then like parent you to either a seat or like the single seat, depending on, you know, how we want to roll. And that's like by default for anybody, you know, and regardless of the situation, if the car is moving, not moving, currently been driven, doesn't have a driver, that always happens. And then we can have, in order for the driver, we can have a specific like trigger collider that's by the controls that like once we have some grab steering, you know, some steering wheel, you got to be in that radius and essentially grab the steering wheel, and you then are, if there's no driver that's currently in the seat, you become the driver, and then any other person that tries to come up and drive the car can't until you leave, basically. To leave the car, we would have a big trigger volume that sits around the whole car, basically. Like the radius of the car, however wide we want that to be. And that volume, basically, like when a player leaves the car, like as in like exits the radius of that volume, that volume no longer contains that player. We then remove them from the seat if they were in one, right? Because, you know, a person could fly through if they, I don't know, for whatever reason. But if they were in a seat, we remove them. How we gate those two things is essentially those two layers, or those colliders for both coming on and off the car, and for the, like, getting onto the driver and everything like that. If you click on one of those colliders, wherever they are, I don't know which one of those objects has the collider component on it. Do you have a seat here or somewhere? Oh wait, am I muted?
No, you're talking. My fault. What was the question?
If you have a, do you have a seat? Like any of the collider components, just wherever any of them are, just so I can see one of the components.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're in that box collider where it says like include layers, exclude layers. We would only include the player layer, and we would exclude every layer except the player layer. And that basically just means that collider is not going to interact with dick other than the player layer. It's never going to, like, it's never going to consider it. It's never going to, like, send collision events for it. It's not going to sample physics for it. It's not going to consider overlapping colliders that don't have that. It essentially is blind to everything except the player. And so that's how we, like, then separate, like, attachment points and all these other things. Now, for our own mental sanity, we probably want to color these colliders differently and all that shit in the editor, kind of like you're doing right now. But as far as technically speaking, that's the furthest extent of what we need to do to, like, limit, like, the scope of these colliders. And that goes for the big trigger collider on the outside too. Like, it would only be
that we would still need like a hard-coded button, because these cars can still flip, and like you just need a way to get off the car that doesn't require like.
Yeah, I mean,
like, unless we're gonna figure out our vehicle flipping issues like permanently and figure that out. Like, this happens so many times where we get stuck and can't get off the car. And even in the last scenario, because it was collider based, like if we can't get to the car because like we are in the floor, like, I think, to be honest, that's I can take a step. Let's just figure out this problem first, and I will take a stab at actually a proper vehicle, like either respawn or riding system. Like, but see, like, I don't think that's scope we need. I think we just need a button to get off the car and like get normal again, because like there's so many other things we actually need. Like, I think we're building ourselves into this scenario, but like,
the problem is
we need the minimum to build on top of, because these are really good solutions. But
I understand
if they can't be done tomorrow,
I understand that. But the problem is, even with the menu, there will be situations where you can't get to it. You know?
No, we don't want the menu.
I know, but like, all right,
we're in the same.
You're saying a button on the controller, like a button on the controller. If I press,
to get on.
If I press the B button or something like that, I just leave the car.
Or a sequence. I grab both grips. Like, we need something.
I'm fine with that for April 1st. We'll make it the fucking, we'll make it the button on the left controller. I don't know, the X button or something. If I click the X, that's like the eject button. It'll automatically make me leave the car. Because, you know, if I, in most cases, I would just probably automatically repair it anyway or something like that. You know? So it's not like I can accidentally fly myself out of the car. It's like the car's got to be, like, upside down, inaccessible, and, like, I'm not going to be able to walk around on it anyway, so then it'll pop me out.
Yeah. some emergency button to me is like something we need because these cars are not extremely stable and we have obstacles and shit, and we want to blow them up with probably people along them, and like it is a nauseating experience to flip. So like to me, I just don't know how this integrates with KT's new. Like, have you used the camera stabilizer while you're driving? Like that system that he has.
Yeah.
So yeah, so like that is something I just discovered today. Is like this parenting situation is a little different. So your local person is not where I think you are. Your network person is still like to everyone else locked on the car, right? But your local person is free floating and doing some other shit. And I don't know how that interacts with this collider system, because you are able to move a little freely for your camera to be stable. And so what I'm saying is like that gotta work with this, right? But our vehicle system already, if we could just get that for the passenger, I think it's very. I don't think we really have to worry about the driver case, because that could always be invoked on the car is empty. So, do you want to work through this kind of passenger example? I don't know if I should rig this car up. I don't know. Do you want to rig this car up and I just walk you through the seats? But it sounds like we're at the point where like, okay, this is going to be the entry system. It's going to be some series of colliders. It's going to be some series of layers. And it's going to have to interact with seats and stabilizers.
So KT's stabilizer system, if I understand it correctly right now, actually spawns an empty and then parents you to it.
Yeah, and I think it parents that empty to the car.
And that's regardless of whether or not you're a driver or riding. It's just you will have that stabilizer on, for you.
So like I didn't know about this until I like merged the code, but let me demonstrate. All right, so please don't spawn a tank. Fucking tank. All right. Another fucking tank. I'm trying to figure out the angular velocity. There's something weird with this thing. Oh, goddamn. My luck. Cool.
There you go.
Skateboard. Goddamn. What? All right. So. Yeah, this smoothing buffer.
Okay.
So it's not even parented. Fuck, it's just in the scene. But you get parented to this instead.
Okay.
And this somehow follows the car through whatever system.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know why. It is kind of smooth, but you do slide. And this is my issue, is that like I don't know if this is intended.
Probably, I don't think it is, but I mean, it'd be funny if it was, to get a little inertia in the car, which is fun, but.
So when you're locked, right? You're just fucking locked. In this world, like in the joystick world. Okay, let's not say joystick world, right?
Yeah.
Let's assume there's a steering wheel. So we're gonna define some area. It's gonna be visual, obviously, that like if I walk away, like I can't drive anymore, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
To be honest, it's like, I think it's not going to be very hard for us to just say if you, the moment you let go of the steering wheel, you're no longer driving. Like the moment you let go. Like if you completely let go of the steering wheel, your input is gone. You gotta be holding on to that thing. So could be a 2-sequence thing just to gate it a little bit. Like you gotta be within a radius and then grab, But
wait. tough. See, I don't know. I feel it. I don't know.
I mean, I'm
thinking grab.
I'm thinking down the road. I mean, if we want April 1st to be about, you know, you're just in a certain area and we make it a visual thing, sure.
No, I mean either way, I'm more like steering wheel and grabbing, even as opposed to like joystick. I feel it. It's just that we had that issue last time about like, hey, we should auto trigger, right? Like, do we want to have you squeezing 3 triggers to drive?
Right. Which I'm still kind of team auto trigger. Like you're if you're gonna slow down, hit the brake. Like,
yeah.
And like, because in that instance, then you grabbing the steering wheel is the gas.
Exactly.
Because you can, if you want to let off the gas, just let go of the steering wheel, and then, you know.
I feel like there has to be some really good interface with like letting go and like still being able to steer somehow. Because you have to grab, right, to steer. So we're saying like you have to speed up to steer.
Yeah, but like
those are one and the same. These are now the same interactions.
Right. Like, there's no like there's no letting your foot off the gas to go around a corner or something.
At all. There's only balls to the wall, which is fine.
I mean, that's Mario Kart. You know, it's like, I don't know, like you always have the throttle pinned in that game. You know.
It's like you're in a sled. Yeah. So ideally, right, in this car, we just walk up and like. So we're jumped onto the car, like,
yeah. So if you let's say you jump onto the car, right?
Or I have to jump onto the car and make contact.
Right. Yeah. So the moment you just hit that surface.
So even like from the side, or just from the top.
It's got to be, because otherwise you're getting dragged behind the car, and it's got to be when you hit the surface of the car. You know, the place where we want you to be. And I feel like I'm pretty confident that I can do that. So.
And then now I'm a passenger.
Yeah.
And then I become driver at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with it. Yeah. So like, what do you need from me?
Well, I wanted to ask mostly about like, I'm just gonna try turning the character controller off. Have you tried that before?
Wait, off?
Like, or sorry, on. My bad.
On? Like as a driver or
like as a passenger? Have you tried?
Oh, as a passenger? Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Honestly, I haven't, just because we don't have any colliders around the side. Mm-hmm. And usually you just get dragged, because once you add the character collider, it seems to like resist parenting.
Okay. So that's the problem that I was wondering, because
I think. But like that was an NGO world. So like I honestly don't know in this world what happens when you turn that character controller off. I'm only speaking out of like distributed authority, NGO, and even letting that influence these decisions.
Right.
So yeah, like to be fair, if we both hop in a scene, we could probably test that really easy.
Yeah, let's just give it a go, because then I can think about a basis of what we're dealing with. So ideally, if it's kind of fine, then I know that the player's physics can be somewhat maintained in a local sense. I mean, here's the thing. I do know there's a problem, right? The problem is a player has a rigid body.
And they shouldn't?
Well, no. But the car also has a rigid body.
Yes.
So if the player is being parented to a car that has a rigid body, that's a problem. However, with KT's system, it kind of seems like that's not the case.
It isn't.
Right? So if that works as intended, and he can get it to be stable enough to where it's like we can just parent you to something that follows the car in a very like well conserved way, then that's perfect. Right. So but let's just try parenting directly to the car and see what happens. Like my suspicion is that it like will not want to work.
You mean parenting to the car or the KT thing?
Or well, whatever you currently have, I guess, basically. Like if we could jump into a scene and just make sure the character controller's enabled, like that'll work.
Yeah, let me push this. Or rather, do you have some stuff going on your branch?
I do not. No, well, I mean, not anything. I don't think that's gonna collide with you, so I can pull from.
It's more like if you do, cause like I have like a different state of the world. So like if you need your state of the world, it might make sense to hop over the branch.
It's all good. I all the stuff that I was working on, if it's like if it's gonna change the master scene or something, I can just I can replicate it.
Yeah, all I have is this change to Game Master. I just added a sandbox.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm pretty sure we're chilling.
Proprietary, so we can.
Oh, I'm not even sharing screen, but I just pushed.
Okay, that's a lot of conflicts. Resources, you can, I guess you can have that. Alright, addressable asset data. Ugh. Alright, yeah, we can fucking just take care of shit here. Da-da-da-da-da.
One at a time. You, go.
The footage shot by our producers is sometimes extremely personal. This is proprietary material that shouldn't be casually exposed. In fact, it could embarrass, potentially, our contestants.
These contestants agree to broadcast themselves over 30 countries. But now that a lawsuit has been filed, the defense wants to protect their privacy.
What is this show?
It is a reality show called Chicago Penthouse.
Hey.
And the goal of the contestants is to find a romantic match among the other contestants.
And if they don't, they get killed?
That would be interesting. No, they get sent home.
Eric,
Central.
He does be getting on, son.
You won't shoot him. You'll try, but the gun will jam. Or worse, it'll backfire and you'll lose 2 fingers. Push your luck.
Hey there! I am not. Where you headed? Wisconsin? Take you as far as Madison. Get in.
You a rapist? Murderer?
Not recently. You? I got seats to tip back if you want a good sleep.
Don't try to touch my knob.
Not my style, friend. Not my type.
That the average person now, under the system of capitalism, has a living.
Leak detected. Persistent allocates 1 individual allocations.
Good.
Yeah, we're good. Serial logic. Yeah, fuck it. We're fine. Okay.
It's scene 13.
Scene 13. Alright, rock on.
Alright, I'm in.
I'm hopping in. Alright. What the fuck? Shit's crazy, but whatever.
Oh, the store?
I'm in like a black, kind of totally black space almost. It's weird. It's like I'm not rendering
Oh,
shit.
No, that's not good.
Uh,
What? You said it's black? It's all black where you are?
Well, I see like the get set go things. Like I'm like obviously stepping on stuff that
Oh, shit. No, I see your screen. That doesn't look right.
could be some like materials or something that I fucked up. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but like you can see the store and you just can't see the like scene.
Yeah, it's weird.
Do you see the menu?
Yeah,
Fuck.
I don't see you. I don't know where you are.
That's crazy. I'm like right in front of you.
You can see me, I assume, right?
Yeah, I see you.
All right. Well, this is
Okay, new issue.
Could be an
You see
issue.
the spitting tech?
I see. Actually, it's the default car.
What?
Yeah. This is weird.
Oh fuck. Okay, that's not good. Is this like a behavior mismatch or something?
It could be. It could be that our assets are different, maybe. But I like thought I merged things. I took some of my changes, but like only on project settings and stuff. Nothing.
Do you see this skateboard?
No.
Fuck. You said no?
No. Let me try and spawn something in, I guess. Yeah, and spawn shit in. Alright, well, hold on, let me leave real quick.
Yeah.
Let me see what's going on. Shader graphs, GSG, tune, emissive. I mean, did I accidentally change materials that are no longer going to be visible? Is that the fucking problem? Is that like the wild shit going on here? That doesn't really explain the car. But that would explain everything else. So if I go to lit, oh, hold on, I gotta, what the fuck? Hardware, yeah, no reference exceptions. Photon hardware rig. Get player data.
What?
Oh, I also we do have behavior count mismatches.
Yeah, I figured. Maybe I need to pull from you.
I guess.
That's usually the issue.
Alright. We can try this. I'll push it back up.
Yeah, because like if you try to spawn in first, I imagine it'll be okay.
Alright, it's pushed up.
Which exceeds that of an 18th century monarch. And therefore, capital is a force for good, my friends.
What we need is to understand what's happening economically. Increasingly, the average person in this country struggles to simultaneously feed their kids and turn the heating on, which I don't know whether that was a problem for an 18th century monarch or not. My videos from 2020 where I predicted an explosion in inflation, an explosion in inequality, a collapse in living standards. The reason those predictions were good is because it's the same reason I've got a track record of making correct economic predictions for 15 years. Because I'm fucking good at it. And I could go and I could get paid £2 million a year working for any investment bank in Canary Wharf in the city, and I cannot give that information to the government for free. If that is the economic system that you build, you cannot be
fired a gun?
I was raised by a couple
Wouldn't reveal any such
testified that he had no experience with firearms.
I want my objection noted on the record for appeal.
Noted. The witness may answer.
I believe it's a Heckler & Koch 45 caliber.
An HK-45 semi-automatic. That's the same gun that police believe was used to kill Laura Elliott and Jan Rills, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. I guess if that's what's on the police report.
Did your company own a Heckler & Koch 45 semi-automatic that was used as a model for this gun?
No.
Okay, so a search of your company's business transactions wouldn't reveal any such...
Oh yeah, this scene looks way different.
Did you go in?
No, I'm not in yet.
Yeah, it's I put in Edward's. I like swap in Edward's materials, but I'm worried if these materials actually don't work, which is awkward. But I guess let's give it a go.
Let's see. Yeah, looking at my game view though, it looks like I won't see anything.
Well, that's not good.
But you know, fingers crossed.
Fuck. Alright, well, those materials might not be actually, Alright, well, we can just change them to lit materials, so I can do that really quick, but it is not really my concern right now. Fuck it, I'll do that really quick. God, that's annoying. just checked it in.
Alright.
Purchase.
No, not.
The fact that it was the same exact gun, that's just a coincidence then.
Objection, argumentative.
I'll withdraw the question. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Court will take a 30-minute recess. Then we'll hear closing arguments.
Got a gun?
This is a very...
Hey, tell me what's happening.
Nick Armstrong is framing me. He murdered Aaron Cole. He planted evidence in my house, which is now surrounded by cops.
The evidence that Nick planted easily found?
Yeah, he wasn't very subtle.
What I need you to do is bag...
Yeah, it looks terrible. Yeah, I just didn't change. I didn't reset all the textures. It's gonna be white. It's fine.
Right. I mean, it's still not displaying in my game screen.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So in my scene it shows up, but in the game view, nothing.
Oh, shit. Console, no errors this time, so... Oh, it doesn't even look like I'm connected, though. Wait, no, I am. Am
Can you spot something with the menu?
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah, I assume you didn't see it.
No, I think I saw it.
I still don't see you, which is wild.
Oh, no, I'm not in there. I'm watching your screen.
There's something pink there, which is weird.
Hold on, let me try to get this in.
This is so weird. Is he clipping things? No, it can't be. I have warnings. A warning that appears to be on every update. No, it's vehicle input provider. Shit.
I'm in the scene. I see you. I do not see the vehicle.
Okay, I see you at least, so that's good. Over here, mismatch.
Yo. Do you see that car?
I do, yeah. So it's just this. Yeah, I think it's just because you were a late joiner.
Yeah, I think me and KT had this issue with the store. Oh fuck. These bumps. Okay. With the store, like the late joiners see no parts until someone interacts with the store. Okay, you want to be?
I'll be the writer.
Writer. All right.
We'll go like middle.
All right, you're attached.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, you want a character controller?
Yeah. So I just turned it on, right?
I think so. Wait, first of all, do you have the like
smoothing buffer?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll just turn that on again. Alright, so now I can move around. Alright, go for it. I mean, the smoothing buffer.
Oh shit, I'm sliding because of the smoothing buffer.
Oh yeah.
Let me try to. Alright. Yo, where am I going? Are we even moving?
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way.
Oh shit.
It's hard because there's no reference. But
Okay,
like,
so if I drive forward,
yeah.
Do you slide?
I mean, I do, but I think that's because of the smoothing buffer. But like, I'm staying mostly with the car, and I can still move around, you know. Like, There's some wild shit where it's like it's kind of going a bit ballistic, but I think that's the smoothing buffer maybe. Like kind of like popping.
Yeah, it's that way for me too. It might be the rigid body physics of you, because the car is fucking shaking like someone heavy is walking on it.
Yeah. But like overall, it's performing better than I thought it would. That's actually giving me some decent hope here.
Yeah, are like anything in the is there anything in the distance like jittery for you?
Nope.
Just in general. Alright.
It's just the car that's wildly jittery, but
Fuck.
yeah, I mean I see the wisdom in the smoothing buffer. It makes like riding a little bit it's definitely necessary. Like going over all those bumps and shit makes it really good, but alright, well, I feel good about that actually in a lot of ways. Alright, this whole blacked out scene thing is freaking me the fuck out, and I'm worried I like rip something, but I'm gonna go to the master scene real quick and just try and play the game. See what's up. I hope it's for some reason just some weird scene art. Maybe it's something to do with the local player and the I don't know. But I guess the master scene also got changed. We shall see.
Fingers crossed. I mean, but like the master scene is normally like that. So,
yeah, but I'm just gonna go to I'm gonna go to get or something like that. I'm just gonna navigate the game normally. Oh, well, I have an eyeball again. That sucks. Okay, that's interesting. Did KT add a new app? Like, I think you accidentally took KT's old avatar. Or something.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think this was working like when I tested with KT.
Right,
and I think he's using like on his brand.
He definitely has an older version of the avatar, that's for sure. Because this eyeball shouldn't be here. And there's no interactors on the hands. I mean, look, it's no biggie. I took some weird changes, so that's kind of on me. Okay,
that
well,
might just be in that scene though, because the one we just used didn't have those issues.
Maybe. I can roll back to my previous change sets kind of safely though, because I just know I can go forward assuming that unlocking the character controller, like we'll need to do some things with the damper and everything like that just to make it feel good, but the theory of it works, it looks like. So I'm gonna roll back my changes, and then I think I'm just gonna do a more deliberate merge and just try and like I actually might try and merge with KT, like give him my changes and just go through it that way, instead of me taking his changes.
I don't think there's anything wrong from his changes, unless he just put something that fucked your branch up.
I mean, it's a good question. I have no idea.
Yeah, because I just got his changes from the store, and we were fine yesterday.
Yeah, something, since I pulled that, like, there's some weird shit going on, I guess. That is making so we can't see anything. I don't know what it is, but alrighty, man. Well, I'm gonna take a quick break, eat some food. But I appreciate the help and the work and clarity on the fucking building thing. So I think, or on the character controller.
Yeah, good.
All right. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, my fault.
So I think once I'm gonna pull back the change set and just try and merge this properly, and then once it's not fucked up, I'm just gonna make sure if there's some issues with the materials, then I'll check that. But if it's just for some reason some weird bug happened, then I'll just try and merge it again and do it right. So assuming that that's all fine, I can merge stuff down. I think way to go forward is we keep the structure of getting parented to that dampener thing. I think we need to talk to KT about how that syncs and whether or not we can prevent you from sliding around so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't even fully work because if you get on and off, then you're just parented normally. So it too has to be integrated into this like seat flow because it kind of lives separately. I think the way he designed it, but it doesn't work if you rejoin the car.
Right. So then we need to look at the seat system just to integrate it, or depending on if integrating it or simplifying, like I think we can look at that, and then yeah, ideally then after that is really stable and feels fine, I can integrate like getting on and off the car, so we can assume the seat system for now, and then once we feel really comfortable about moving on the car as a driver or just as a rider, and with the dampener and everything, and then driving with the dampener and everything, then I'll work on the collider stuff and integrating that with the seat system. So I think order of operations is fix the sink or the freaking dampener first, then parenting, then getting off and on the car with the colliders, and then we're on to the next thing.
Bet. All right. So I mean, I'll stop working on the teleport then and do something else.
Yeah, it's a good point. Fuck. I don't want to kick this a day necessarily. What can we do? Because assuming that this fix with KT is not like an instant one, what can we do that's really productive in the meantime? What are we thinking about matchmaking and like handling these lobbies?
To be honest, I'm anticipating that like we are not gonna have that many people, and because of that, we need to region lock to one region that is optimal for where we think people will be.
Okay.
We have to hope and pray that we don't get people from other countries who try to sign in, and then it's like 300 ms ping and shit. If there's a way to block and region lock, we kind of need to figure that out.
Okay.
Because my issue is we don't have a lot of CCUs, so filling up rooms, we're just gonna want everyone in one room and just kind of manage it that way. Especially because we don't have, I mean, like we don't even have a menu system at the moment. So like,
yeah,
I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking, hey, there's definitely some intermediate menu that we need where you're locked in place and it's like a just standard game menu for you to get into the game, and even we can actually show you like there's this many people like in the lobby, because in looking at it we have access to those stats, we just don't have a good place to show that.
Right.
So like some sort of menu, whether it's a place or just a screen, which is what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah.
That gets you into like matchmaking, we need before we can even think about matchmaking. But strategy wise, until we have like more than 3 rooms at a time, yeah, I'm just gonna region lock and like hope for the best.
All right, that's not so bad.
Yeah, we just want to fill up rooms.
Yeah, because we can also, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna cherry pick. We're gonna do this by invite, basically. So I think I'm guessing that's gonna be the strategy, like by like Discord invite, like DM invite essentially, like with keys. And so we can make sure that the people we invite like are gonna be like the right people, like have the right location and the right, or just like general location, like without doxing people and stuff.
Yeah, because I mean, like if we can lock it down to like, hey, everyone's on the East Coast.
Yeah.
We can at least solve one nightmare and just make sure that like, hey, everyone will have relatively decent ping, and we can like test for that.
Word.
But if people are gonna be in Cali and over here, yeah, then we need to start testing like what is the experience like for someone with shitty ping.
Okay. I guess it's worth doing that anyway, I guess, but we should still go forward with the assumption that we're going to control it. Okay. And
yeah,
then...
ideally. There's still some vehicle stuff to figure out. Like this spinning, I think, is related to like when we had inverted faces on the car.
Right.
The fact that like the normals are a little different. So I'm gonna try to get Edouard's latest changes and see if that fixes like all the cars. If not, I'm just gonna tamper with that a little. And then I'm on to like what is kind of like remaining. I think there's the store. There's one thing about the store. When the parts spawn, we can't see the parts. There was like a texture issue with. I mean, it's probably related to this now that I think about it. But we couldn't see the part in the store, like the capsules. But yeah, pretty much getting to customizing out in the open is, to me, like the next priority. Just in terms of like integrating what we have. We have a store, we have parts that spawn, we have cars that spawn. Assuming they're all working well, just to be able to shoot parts and like customize the car out in the open, to me, is like the next thing.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and then after that, I think we would have moved most of that into Sandbox.
Right.
At that point, maybe live ops we test, or we reach for another feature.
Oh yeah. All right.
I think if we're not going dedicated servers, and we can actually like just say, hey, like most people will be on the East Coast, then yeah, I think we should actually reach and try to do another one of those features. I know KT has a list of stuff he wants to do that's mainly local, but yeah, like I don't know if it makes sense to actually like take a stab at something else on Nikita's list.
Right. Well, yeah, I think this list is really good, though. I'm gonna write that down just to keep it in my mind. Because that sequence, I feel like there's a lot of pitfalls in there that we're gonna want to address before we even reach for anything else. Just so I remember correctly, even with Unity Cloud, the host, or whoever's the server in this case, is not a device, right? Or no?
You mean in our case, like of Photon? Servers?
Yeah, in our case, yeah. Like, would it be, in that case, would it still be a device, or would it be not that case?
I know we can use dedicated. I don't know if we are fully using all of dedicated. Because our connection manager still seems to, like the point where it's like auto choose host mode, host client, whatever.
Yeah.
We have to actually like opt in and say server, or else Photon will just relay and connect us, but the host is still the server technically.
As in like the first person to.
Yeah, it's like you're a client, but you're also server. You're also running the server.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's not like it's not like terrible, because we've done that the whole time, so it's probably not gonna change anything. But I was more curious than anything.
No, I mean there's a way to opt in. I think we should at least test it. Like, it might be a way better game if we just have, yeah. So to your point, like I think that's valid. So once we're at like kind of a stable point with no new features, I just plan to like kind of go crazy on the live ops side. So yeah, maybe by like when y'all are at like in San Francisco, that's like the perfect time for me to try that. But until then, yeah, I'm trying to like get through this backlog of like getting it into Sandbox, what we have. One thing I did want to ask you about was the game master. So I started touching it today, and I was like, wait, this is in everything. So before I do that, let me ask questions. So was thinking about the merits of just making a separate like Sandbox master, because it seems to me like the game master was for an instance of the game Get Set Go. And like I'm gonna build all this sandbox stuff into it, and it seems like that's actually not what it's for. It's very specific for this 4-person team-based game, and like I don't want to make any changes to it because that is the game master for that game. But if I do make a different sandbox master, then everything that looks for the game master has to now look for some new sandbox master type, and it seems like we get into an ugly situation. So, just your thoughts about like how we should manage, or if we should even manage data at all,
right,
for the sandbox, and like how we can get around maybe using the game master, because it doesn't seem like we exactly need it.
I'm trying to think of a bunch of things that look for the game master that wouldn't be isolated to just the game get set go. Like I know, for instance, like the stores and the state and the scene manager and the like those things look for the game master, but that's kind of okay for, you know, separating. But if like the car, for instance, looks at the game master, that's probably a problem. Yeah, like in my head, most of the things that look for the game master have to do with like get set go. Like it's like anything that adds stuff to an inventory or adds. I mean, technically a loadout is in game master, so I guess the car customization manager adds to a loadout that's in game master.
Yeah.
So that's one that would probably like either we. I mean that one. That one's probably the biggest one because that gets added to a car, like. So like you could probably just do a null check and just say like, hey, if there is no instance of the game master, like fucking add it to a sandbox map. I have no idea. Like that, but that's kind of that's icky.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think of like, okay, so for the store, I tried to make it so that maybe we don't need money in teams. Because it's just, I want to pull apart from the store and have it respawn. So in talking to KT, I didn't want him to rewrite the store because we might still need it for Get Set Go. So yeah, he just made 2 variants to those scripts, and now it's like the general purpose object pooler, let's say. And I wonder, okay, well, like, if this script is the script that is like what we use for customizing vehicles, maybe we need the sandbox equivalent that doesn't do team stuff. Or you're saying just no check. I think that's fine. I just don't want to break the Get Set Go case.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem is that like the loadout for the car that then gets passed to like a changing stuff about the car that's kind of important, and so like that can be a null check, but then the vehicle,
there's no loadout.
There's no loadout, or like the loadout can be in the sandbox customization manager, but then like how is it like the loadout's got to probably be a part of the car then, and we're changing like the data structure itself, which is not terrible, I guess, you know. Like, it's not unreasonable to have, like, a loadout object on the car. That also gets updated by, like, because what we could do is we could, the only reason why we would, want the loadout to be in Game Master so that if we wanted to spawn the car with the loadout during Go, you know? Like, reconstruct it. But there's no reason why we couldn't also create a loadout object that's on the car, like a component, basically. That like we put the loadout class on the car, and we update the loadout with, you know, like basically on the car, and then so it's like a local thing to the car, and that's part of vehicle customization manager. It'd be like in the same line. So that to me isn't terrible. Like that's not a crazy change. It probably makes the system a little better too, to be honest.
All right, so you're saying we could scope loadouts in the car. It doesn't change set. We're basically saying there's a reference to the loadout on the vehicle.
Yeah, basically, like we're gonna create a loadout, like we're just gonna put a loadout on the car, like a component for the loadout on the car, and that also gets updated. So like, you know, if there's no game master, the loadout gets updated anyway, and if there is a game master, the loadout also gets updated anyway. Like, the loadout on the car is just the way for us to. It's probably the way that we should normally have the loadout. And then the game master loadout is just a backup. It's just like saving that in a more persistent manner. You know, basically. But like, we don't need that for this, is what I'm saying. So I'll make a version of the loadout that sits on the car, so like it's just a component, and then I'll add like a line to vehicle customization manager that just adds the part to that loadout and subtracts the part from that loadout as well, and then just a null check for the game master instance. Like if that game master instance doesn't exist, just like, you know, just don't do shit.
I mean, that should work.
Yeah, so that's like the only big game master thing. I think the rest of it, to be honest, is isolated. Like to your point with the store and stuff like that, but like all that stuff we can make a comfortably make a different one without anything breaking.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think at least. Like
yeah, because it's just like a singleton.
Yeah, like we do pass team stuff for like during the customization. Like we'll pass like whatever team the person like attached the part was on, but it's fine if they're all on team 0 or team -1. Like we just don't do anything with that data. We just like it just gets collected. It just gets garbage collected basically. So it's like it's not the worst thing.
All right. So don't want to put more on your plate, right? Because that's for just customizing out in the open, and like I know you have vehicle entry stuff now.
Well, it's not really a lot, to be honest, because I have to wait for KT. I have to wait for us to fix this dampener before I can do the vehicle entry stuff anyway. So it's probably good to do this right now and handle all this other stuff. Because also I wanted to swap the chassis as well. I wanted to like fuck around with that. But like, if you swap the chassis to a new one, it's like. It basically like ideally I could shoot a chassis while you're driving it and then it just goes poof and now I'm in a different car.
Yeah, but it loses its fucking mind, right?
Well, maybe. Hard to say.
Yeah, I feel like
look, I either way, yeah, like changing stuff on the fly for these cars, whether they're being driven or not, like adding parts to it, and I might as well do that while waiting for KT to figure out the dampener thing.
All right, bet. I then will tackle this spinning issue in just a little better vehicle physics. I still haven't even done any optimization. I don't think it's important for April. As long as we don't have frame drops from like just driving. So I'll tackle that, and then I mean, assuming, cause like I'm just gonna assume that like, okay, well, what you're gonna do is gonna enable us to customize the vehicle. KT's doing some quality of life stuff. Maybe, yeah, I could probably just take a stab at steering, put that in, and then yeah, it's kind of like up in the air after that.
Yeah. I think once we can get to, like, I'll feel really comfortable with April 1st once we actually just get to a point where we're steering with the steering wheel and you can jump on and off the car and you can move around. Like, as long as we can do that, I'm really comfortable for April 1st. Like, the part stuff and everything else, like, we're gonna, like, I think that's gonna go really smoothly. Knock on wood, but, like, so, I'll talk to KT about, like, bumping the priority up on the vehicle sync thing, basically. And then, yeah, and then just work on the physics, and we'll link up when we're good to go.
Lit.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna go eat some food, but thanks
Right.
again.
Same.
And are we playing tonight? What's the deal?
I'm down, and I know KT wanted me to hit him if we were about to play. So,
Word. Okay, sick.
yeah, if we are, just we gotta hit KT, and yeah, we'll slide.
Sounds good. All right, man. Well, I will catch you in a little bit then.
Bet. All right.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
need to get stronger.
Shizuku! Ah! Conduct viewing! 45 degrees, please!
That! Honestly! Why attack the guy who can save us? That'd be...
Compass says we're in the right spot. And there's the door way over there.
Okay, this feels super suspicious. Agreed. I don't feel good about this wide open space. Yeah, no kidding. Seems like every time we go into a big chamber, we immediately get swarmed and attacked by something.
Well, of course. I'm sure the large rooms are designed to attack us.
It's not like we have much of a choice. Go! Take him out! Guess they're not made of your average old ice.
Yeah. Well, if one attack's not enough, let's stack him up with 8 more!
There's no ice imaginable that can withstand my breath.
Sonic Slice! Disintegrate!
I'm jumping in!
Celestial Flash!
What the hell was that for?
Cowdy, you've got some serious nerve. Hey Shizuku, you tell me if I upset you, right?
What? No! I promise I had no intent.
That.
I'm jumping in!
Celestial Flash!
What the hell was that for?
Cowdy, you've got some serious nerve. Hey Shizuku, you tell me if I upset you, right?
What? No! I promise I had no intention of attacking you. It was too late when I noticed. I didn't mean to!
Yeah, me too. I would never do that. Honestly, why attack the guy who can save us? That'd be stupid!
I'm really sorry, Shia. I genuinely don't understand how that happened. I was only trying to attack the monsters. I could be wrong, but I think it's a labyrinth. It made us attack each other. I heard the whisper for an instant right before.
This could be extremely dangerous, Master. It's highly likely the labyrinth is interfering with our subconscious realm. Those whispers have probably been imprinting commands onto our minds.
That would explain the haphazard direction of their attacks. And I doubt there's any way to break the spell.
I don't believe these thoughts are magic-induced. There is no removing them.
Well, this is annoying. Guess I just have to blow him up. Jeez, really?
Oh, look, Hajime. I think you destroyed one of them.
Yeah, I get it. Each of us has to separately take one of them down. Otherwise, they'll keep on regenerating.
In that case, I've got the next one! Celestial Flash!
What the heck are we supposed to do?
Don't hesitate! Fire off everything you've got! Alright. Guess that means I've already passed this trial.
Shizuku! Suzu! Itaru! Cookie! Don't worry, just focus on your target! Right! I was looking for a target and you'll do fine. also hear the whispers, so I hope this works.
Listen to me, Cody. Don't you dare hold back, because I promise you I'm not gonna.
Right. I'm sorry, Yue. I have no doubt the disintegration ray would quickly finish it off, but I can't risk it getting redirected again. Did Yue destroy her mark? Well, if she's not too busy, then... Conduct Yue! 45 degrees, please! Nice. Slash it, Sonic Slate! Shia, no!
Don't worry about it. I'm good.
Guess it's a bad idea to use my ranged attacks. Fine then! Split them! Flash blitz! Crush them! Shock flutter! Now collapse! Gravity flash!
Yo, alright, we're back. How you doing, man? Tell me about it. What's going on?
Yeah, basically I was trying to do this refactor of the grab system, adding more functionality to it.
Yeah.
But there are more things that I had to change than I expected, which I did, and it's like bug free and everything. But I'm stuck on this very, very simple thing, which is the ray, like the near far interactor, doesn't really detect the object as it's supposed to. Because, well, I don't know why, but like I put the local avatar into like the starter asset scene, like the demo scene.
Yeah.
And it works. And for some reason, it doesn't work in the network sandbox scene. But
that's really easy.
I had an idea that it's probably about like network and stuff. But either way, though, like it should at least detect the object, even if grab doesn't work. Like it should at least the ray should like react to the object at the very least, because I don't see any reason why it would.
So are you trying to log the ray, but the ray just isn't, you're not getting any log statements from it?
Not even logs, just like visually. Here, I'll show you.
Because I would question that assumption about the ray actually interacting with it.
Yeah. Alright. So, in the demo scene, right, I have like the local and both the local and network set up, but in the demo scene, it works. I'm trying to put it. So you see in the local version, it grabs it.
Sure.
Like no problem. Like it reacts to it.
Yep.
And as well as like other stuff.
Yeah.
Alright. So when I go back to this the same capsule, and I tried putting it onto different layers. You see how it like interacts with the UI. Like it does interact with it. See, if it doesn't, it's like short. It's like this. The fact that it extended means that it detects the UI and it's like messing with it.
Yep.
But it doesn't do it with the capsule. Like no matter how close I am, like the ray doesn't extend. There's no.
And you have the distance interactable on that, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you also have the one that we currently have on it?
Yes, I have everything on it.
And have you disabled the other one by any chance?
Nope. So it has XR grab interactable on the capsule. It has network distance grabbable. It has everything.
Try disabling the other ones and the network rigid body and everything. Just disable everything related to network.
Okay. Hard ID.
After nearly going out of business just 4 years ago, the 25-year-old comedy brand changed its name, grew up, and started turning a profit. I'm Josh Christensen, co-host of the Most Innovative Companies podcast. Back in 2020, in January, your former parent company, IAC, owned College Humor, but in January 2020, dropped College Humor. Take me back to that time.
I really don't think it's the network issue because it works with these components on in the demo scene.
Right. What's different about the setup?
Nothing.
Well, obviously, the phone capsule's on the grabbable layer. How about that?
Yeah, I tried changing it to all sorts of layers. I tried default, I tried grabbable, I tried like fucking
bring up
UI.
Load in the two scenes. Load in the two scenes. Like load in the other one to this scene.
How do I do that?
You take the scene and you drag it into the hierarchy.
Oh. Alright.
Alright.
Yo.
So take the phone capsule that exists there and the avatar and drag it into the grab test scene. Like drag them both in. No. The other one. The one in the demo scene. Like those two. Yeah.
Oh.
Grab both of those and drag them into this current scene. All right, now just hit the triple dots by the demo scene.
Triple dots.
Hit remove scene, and then don't save. All right, now like put the two capsules next to each other.
Put the two capsules. Then where's the other? Here. The position. Raised. Position.
All right. So. All right. Now which one is which? The bottom one I think is the new one.
The bottom one is the new one because it's on default.
Right. All right. So let's look through it really quick. Just scroll down. XR grab interactable, movement type instantaneous, select mode single, interaction layer mask defaults. All right, go to the other one. All right, there's problem number 1. The interaction layer mask is on default.
Right.
Should be on everything.
I'm pretty sure I tried this.
All right, well that's problem number 1.
On everything.
I'm sure you have. Well, we're gonna. All right, now go back to the other one real quick.
All right.
Scroll down. Collider position. Okay.
I even I went to the other scene and copied the component and pasted it into the.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you did. Don't worry. I'm sure you've done everything you can. It just sometimes helps if you have another set of eyes. Alright, well, just try that now. So just try it. I just want to see how that runs.
Oh, there are two avatars now.
Surprised by this? Did you know it was coming?
Yeah, we're going to check the avatar
your time
in a
by
minute.
Giving you a little bit of context, right? IAC bought College Humor in 2006. College Humor was bought for a rumored $30 million. The goal was to turn it into a company worth $300 million. And throughout my tenure at the company, which was 2006 to 2020,
it's a prefab, so it's the same
and throughout
thing.
my, I think, 9 bosses, there was always a get-rich-quick scheme of the time. It was ad sales. When social media took over ad sales, it became briefly television, which I was also a big part of trying to make happen. And they started talking about dumping us.
Okay.
And
So here's the big thing, all right? Here's what I think it is. Photon has something called a physics scene. Fun fact.
Yeah.
Physics scenes in Photon, it supersedes Unity's normal physics. So raycasts don't actually work because raycasts are a different kind of, or they have to be calibrated to a different physics scene, basically.
Right.
For them to actually work. Now, why it works on the UI, I couldn't tell you. You know,
Yeah,
why that
I
works
was
on the
gonna say
UI,
that.
I don't know. That's fine. But I can tell you for damn sure, if it's not working on those colliders, it's probably because the raycast isn't configured with physics scene. So if you go into my distance grabbable, or distance grabber, basically, and distance grabbable, network distance grabber, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, you can even go into raycast script. It doesn't even really matter. You can go into anything. It's not going to be on the local player, by the way. It's going to be on the...
Oh, you mean like the grabber or grab?
Yeah, the grabber.
Oh, the grabber. It's in,
There's also there's a... I mean, you can just look it up in the assets, but yeah.
Yeah, I even made like a new avatar because I need to modify a lot of the scripts to make it work with XRI. Like, yeah, basically everything I changed, I made like a new copy of it.
Alright, that's also something.
But yeah.
Alright. Just look it up in the asset folder. Just look up network distance grabber.
No, it's here.
Alright. Okay, so... scroll up. Scroll up. Oh, it's actually in the... It's in the... Sorry. Just look up distance grabber. My bad. There's a...
The local one?
Yeah. Alright. Scroll down, scroll down. Alright. See how it says private physics scene equals network runner get physics scene?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you need.
Oh.
Because when you scroll down to the actual raycast, so you see physics scene.raycast. It's not physics, it's different syntax. So normally it's like physics.raycast or ray, you know, whatever. But this is it. Yeah, it's because it's long story short. Like the physics scene is being overridden by the network runner. It's setting a new physics scene for Unity, and so the network grabbable or the XRI grabber, to interact or whatever, it doesn't exist in that new physics paradigm. So it's just not interacting with anything. That's my best guess.
Oh. Well, that's interesting. I guess UI is just not part of that physics scene.
Probably not. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's its own thing.
That is a really good point.
Like
I'll look into that.
A relationship, because it felt that way. I remember someone asking our then CEO, Rich Cusick, what he thought the company was worth.
So basically, I need some sort of way to handle rate, and that's probably gonna be, since I don't want to touch XRI's like built-in scripts. Is that the reason you didn't use XRI?
Kind of. Yeah, is that there was a lot that needed to be changed, because also one of the other things I was thinking that this probably is too is that you need to feed the input through the actual like input flow, but that's to get the network side of it to respond. So like you'd have to turn off all of the network object stuff and like make it a completely local object if you want to interact with it too. Like that's also a part of it. Because right now the
Yeah.
network object is being controlled by the server. So like, even if it doesn't have like a network rigid body or anything, it's not gonna let you take control of it, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So unless the server gives you that control, which is what the current grab does. The current grab is actually the server moving that thing to you.
So
yeah.
the thing is, I kept all that logic, like the server asking for permission to move objects. It's just I'm using XRI to register the grab, basically using that and using sort of like the events that XRI provides. For example, like on trigger select, like these events, using that to fire the condition to tell the server, okay, this is being grabbed. Okay, now you do this for me, sort of like that.
Right, but are you, so just to make sure, so you are going through, like, you're starting in hardware hand.
Yep, I modified most of the hand script. And frankly, like, I don't, at this point, because I modify so much, and the fact that it doesn't even detect it, like, I don't even know where to start.
99% sure it's the physics scene, but, like, the next logical thing is also just the grab interactable on the like, basically you got to make sure the change detector happens so that, like, you know, you've fed like the new distance grab info, the new struct, to the network distance grabber or whatever, and then
Holy fuck. Actually, just listening to that right now, maybe it's a better idea to just like modify our current script instead of shoving XRI into this whole mess.
Well, you're not in a bad. All right, here's the thing. If XRI has some clean data for like what the struct is, so like look at hardware rig for me. Hardware rig.
There's a new hardware rig.
Just look at the old one.
Okay.
All right. So go scroll down. Scroll down for me. My bad. Scroll up slightly. A little bit more. Wait, what the fuck? Scroll up. What the fuck? All right, go to network rig. I might have just had the wrong thing. I'm scrambled here. It's to the left. It's to the left. To the right. To the right. There it is. Scroll down. Wait, sorry. Scroll up to that big list of things. Hardware rig, network hand, network grabber, network distance grabber. Alright, that's not what we want. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. There we go. Alright. So, this right here is, like, this is the whole input struct, right? Basically, more or less. And so, see where it says grab info and distance grab info? So if you click on that, do the distance one for me. Yeah.
This?
Yeah. Alright, so check it out. This is the rig input struct. Go to the actual distance grab info for me. Like, sorry, scroll up. Left, left, left.
This?
Yep. Alright, so that struct right there. That's the grab info that happens, that like is actually getting passed, basically. So some of those things are set by hardware hand, right? Like is grabbing and is shooting is set by the actual input, right?
Yeah.
But grabbable ID is set by the local distance grabber. And then the grabbed by is set by the hardware rig, or the network rig.
Yes.
And then basically like the ungrab position, rotation, and velocity is like that's on the network grabbable itself. And basically whenever any of this information changes, like this is constantly getting passed to the network rig, and then the network distance grabber is listening to the network rig, and it's receiving this information the whole time. And whenever any of this information changes is when it does something. And so if XRI has a way to basically result in something as simple as this reliably, then we're fine. We can keep it.
Right.
Because the actual logic for like the grabbable, for instance. Oh wait, sorry, fuck. This is also something that's really important. In XRI, does the grabbable move itself, or does the grabber move the grabbed object?
It looks like it's the grabbable moving itself. Let me confirm that. It's just we already have like a structure set up, but in order to put XRI in, like so much of it, I have to like go in and change, and then changing some of like the middle part, you know, it pushes it back to some earlier part, and I have to change the hardware rig. I have to change just like everything. It's like pulling a hair moves your whole body.
Yeah, it's annoying, but if it's needed, then we should do it. XR grab interactable. It's scroll down.
Right. Sorry, I'm a bit toasted.
No worries. I get it, man. All right, we're definitely not gonna find a whole lot here, but let's just look. Just keep scrolling down. Attach transform. Yeah, whatever. Match attach rotation. Moves when selected, either through the setting. Okay, yeah. Scroll down. Yeah, keep going. Scrolling down. Scrolling down. Scrolling down. Scrolling down. Scrolling down. Hey, these are all still variables, it looks like. I think you gotta go way down.
Let's see.
Alright, now we're into something that looks real. We have a little bit of a wake here.
Destroy. But attach transform. A lot of getter functions. Get, set, remove, grab, transform, clear, move. Oh.
Okay.
No.
No.
Is it?
Doesn't look like it. Nope.
Move item immediate. Oh yeah. So this.
XRI grab transformer.
This is on the player, if I remember correctly.
Could be a hidden thing, could be static.
Yeah. Huh. I remember seeing this somewhere. Forgot where it is. Maybe it's on the interactive. Oh, yeah. Nope. No, it's not. Could be on the.
That wouldn't be on the root. Well, look. If it's the case that the player moves the objects, that's a problem. Because then we need to basically assign input authority on the object to the player. Or, yeah, basically. And that's kind of an annoying step that I wouldn't want to take. So then we need to release input authority and, you know. I can look more into it, but ideally we want the object to move itself.
Let me just look at this function right here. Move item immediately.
Giving them a number and then being like, well, I'd take that in a heartbeat. And I went, uh-oh.
Or
The
can I look
higher-ups
at
at our company at College Humor started fleeing like rats from a sinking ship. So we lost our CMO, our Chief Marketing Officer, after the meeting, like immediately after the meeting.
IXR grab transfer.
Where IC said they were going to dump us. We lost our CEO, who, by the way,
I don't think I have the
adore.
authority to look
He also fled
into the
very,
script.
very quickly.
So what kept you around?
Hidden.
Yeah, I think a sense of loyalty to the staff, honestly. The thought was like, well, if we could do this, if we could sell the company, we would save jobs that way.
I don't know if you've
Yeah, anyways,
noticed what
either way,
Jack's been saying for weeks and weeks, but we're not
looking at all these and having like struggling with this for a while now, because all I was trying to achieve is adding, first of all, a cool visual, like the curved ray visual that you see.
I guess I just didn't realize
I was trying to add that.
No money
plus
means no company.
The problem
sort of
was
like
we
the
invested a
Spider-Man
lot of money
mechanic to it.
Mhm.
Like that's all I was trying to do, because I know that XRI provides this like nice curved ray that's just like it comes with near far interactive, but you know, just given that so much has to be refactored at this stage, because we're already so far into the grab interactions there, everything, like I don't think it's worth it.
Right. Well,
I'd rather implement the curved grab ray instead of the entire thing, you know.
Right. Yeah, which is fair. Yeah, because XRI does come with a bunch of stuff that we don't like. That grab near far interactor has a bunch of stuff that we don't need.
Yeah.
And it'd be difficult to modify it to do what we want it to do, because you'd have to know everything about it.
It'd be nice if we started with it, just having more understanding on how it operates. But at this point, like I feel like if I would have to like fill it in, like I have to do a lot of refactor. And plus, like debugging this is such a pain in the ass. Like I don't like, for example, this issue. Like if it's indeed the physics scene issue,
On
then
paper,
yeah, there's even more reason that we don't use XRI, because it apparently is not meant for like a network thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there's a way to make it work for network. It's an extra layer that we have to put in.
Right.
But yeah, either way, I'll figure it out. With or without XRI.
Right.
But you say you had stuff that you want to confirm.
Yeah, so this might be a nice, bit of a welcome break, but so I wanted to test quite a simple thing, which was walking around on the vehicles while moving, and
oh yeah,
you making the player now parented to a dampening object that isn't parented to the vehicle but follows it was a stroke of genius, because that allows us to keep the independence of the player's rigid body and its character controller, but sync it appropriately to an object without having to think about syncing the player controller rigid body to the rigid body of the car directly. Like you can just have
wait. Say that again.
Like point is, we're being parented to an empty object that it just follows transforms is genius, because then we allow ourselves to be parented to something, but maintain our independence as our own rigid body, right? I've been down this road a million different times, and one of the options that I tried to do for a long time is syncing the two rigid bodies. and directly, which is something that a lot of people do. But
Right.
with the character control and everything, it always ended up shitty. But I think I tried it out, and it's great. Now here's the problem. The dampener thing it's not quite doing its job as well as it could. I don't know if that's a calibration thing. Because
it's been a while since we tested out, because it's been like several versions after I put it in. It might broke at some point without me knowing.
So it's dampening the bumps really well, actually. It's fucking fantastic. It's just sliding.
Oh, it is? Oh.
So the players they're sliding back slightly.
Right. Well, I think the sliding is related to the network. It's not related to the
It shouldn't be, because the player is receiving, like, their local car, right? That's what this thing is synced to. And it's that local car.
Oh, I see.
That is being updated by the network.
So, hear me out. I think the way it is designed is, mostly it should basically soften or like smooth out vertical movements. But I also made it smooth out like horizontal ones. In the case of turning quickly. Right. So for example, that was like my attempt to make turning or steering less uncomfortable. So I also give it like a smooth out when it comes to like horizontal movement.
Yeah.
And that might be the reason that's causing the slide. But if you turn the smoothing all the way down to the lowest value, does it still slide? Have you tried that?
I haven't tried it, but
Can you try it?
I can't, unfortunately, because I don't have somebody to try it with. But I had to roll.
Wait. When you say sliding, you're talking about in your view somebody else is sliding.
No. Me as the player is sliding. So
right. Yeah. That makes more sense because that's local. I was like, if you see somebody else sliding, then it's not the problem. Yeah. So it's you. But then why can't you test it?
Because I can't be a rider. I need somebody else to drive. And I had to roll back my change set because there was a visual bug that somehow got introduced when I pulled Abina's changes and all this shit. So I gotta do a proper merge, and it would take like an hour to do it probably right now. So I can't test it right now. But
it should be the same for riders and passengers though. Like that damping thing. Like, I mean, if you're a driver, it should also behave the same way.
Right, I still rolled back my changes though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Other than that, then you can test, right?
No,
Wait,
because I don't have it anymore. I don't know.
Fuck that. We'll test some other time.
All right. I will though. I will soon. In which case, I basically I can't test it immediately right now. But I will.
Yeah.
But
I'm so cooked.
It's all good. The point is, I think it was happening to Obina as well, by the way. It was. So when I was driving with Obina, he was the driver, and he was also sliding back. So, yeah, basically, it's not working. Like it should ideally lock them in place, and the point should be locked in place. Now, in fairness, the sliding, if we could get it to be really cool and kind of very, very slight, it could actually be really sick. Like if it was like controllable and just really like
it is
subtle.
Very, very controllable. We can literally put in a factor that we can adjust to control only the horizontal sliding. another vertical one.
Because I think having a tiny little bit of it is actually would be kind of sick, you know? Like
It's almost like momentum, you know?
Yeah.
It's like inertia.
yeah. So
So-
I think the concept is really cool. And the movement, like when I would move around all over the car, you know, to counteract the sliding or whatever, like it was I was bolted to that car in a way. Like it was clear that like I would slide a little bit because of the sliding, but like as far as
you were saying you already tested out walking on the vehicle?
I did, yeah. It works.
Oh damn.
Because of what you did. If we didn't have that right now, it wouldn't work because we would be parented under a rigid body with our own rigid body. We've been down this road. But you doing
Please know that I had no idea it's gonna solve the problem.
Well, no, but it doesn't matter.
Don't give me that credit.
I don't care, man. I don't care. I really don't care. It was a stroke
an
of genius.
accident. It was a good accident.
Because it does really work. Now, the jury might be out with like if we fix this and some other problem might crop up, but it really looks like this is just the solution. Like this is just the way that we do it. And by doing it this way, we can have as complex of movement as we want, really. Because
holy shit.
The character controller is not the problem that I would have recently when I did this. I've done this probably 6 or 7 times. Like I've attempted this a bunch of different ways. Is that the character controller would always get in the way, because the character controller, alongside the rigid body and stuff, the character's rigid body, would always try and basically usurp control from the sync process in some way, right? It would always interfere with it. And so my concern was always, well, even if we eventually got it to sync perfectly, if we ever wanted to make any changes to the way that you can move, we're fucked up again, right? Basically.
I feel like I've heard this at some point.
Yeah. So, but this, it's generic. It is a generic solution that just handles this. It completely decouples the two related systems but still keeps them in a sync position. It's great.
Music to my ears.
So like if we can get it to be quite stable, you know, I think you got some magic. So
absolutely.
So here's my
within my reach.
Yeah, so the priority for what I was talking with Abina is first, let's get this like stability thing fixed and feeling really good. Like let's test it on every car. Let's get it, and let's just, you know, we're not thinking about anything else but that right now. And then, the next step is that we need to integrate that. I think we either need to change the seat system or integrate this with the seat system. I talked with Abina about it. Like currently it's an array. I was thinking we could make it a list and drop the seats and just do like everybody gets parented to the same point, or they all generate their own little, you know, like you do, right? You spawn like a link object, and then we just append them to a list of currently riding people. Whatever. Basically, you still need the data that shows who's on the car.
Yeah.
Then we address turning into the driver, right? Which is, you know, I think as simple as walking up to the steering wheel, and then as long as you grab, you're not driving. And then I can handle getting off and on the car, because getting off and on the car is actually the simplest part to me.
Right.
I can do a collision-based system that only works on the surface of the vehicles. So like you have to hit the floor of the vehicle. You can't hit the side. You have to hit like the floor of it. And that will put you on the car. And then afterwards, if you jump out of the car or find yourself outside of the car for whatever reason, outside of a certain radius, basically, we'll do a collider no longer contains check.
Oh wait, be careful about that check.
I know, because
that's an untriggered state check, right?
Well, it's not quite the same. So
or or are you saying like you're gonna do like a sphere cast of a certain radius or of some sort?
Well, that's also a possibility we can do.
Okay, I was in this rabbit hole.
I know you
when
did.
do
I
this
know you
tour.
did on trigger exit, but it's not the same.
No, I tried other stuff too.
Okay.
I tried several solutions on that. The only thing that's stable for me was untrigger enter.
Have you? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Ask away. What?
Have you worked with the inverse of collider dot contains?
The inverse of collider isn't that just untrigger stay, but with colliders?
Yeah, no. So what you do is you just because there's the Boolean contains, right?
Right.
And that's being run all the time. That's being run all the time, basically, right?
Yeah. Aren't checks like this quite heavy?
They can
when
be.
It comes to...
They can be, but you can.
It's run on update.
Right.
It's like
you can decrease
checking everything.
You can decrease the sampling, so you can.
Sure. Yeah. You can do like several seconds or like several frames.
Because it doesn't matter. Yeah. If I jumped out of the car, like, you know, like,
Sure.
So that's one way we can do it, or alternatively, like
put another collider on the side.
Yeah,
it's just
yes,
like when
yeah.
you hit it.
We do an inverted hull where it's like we have like literally a donut basically that
exactly
you jump into, so it's on trigger enter.
Yeah.
So like
my advice would be that like literally that's the simplest way.
Right, but I mean it's not super simple to be honest because it has a lot of edge cases that could get quite annoying.
That's true. Yeah.
You would have to. You would really want to do like it's essentially a spheroid.
Especially with all the grab shit that might come after, like the grab movement.
Yeah. So you
yeah,
want to.
I'm sure you can figure it out.
But yeah, either way, that is the very end of the list. Like we can experiment with a lot of different options for that, but.
Yeah.
As long as we can get that working where we are jumping on a vehicle, moving around, starting to drive, stopping driving, then I am so comfortable with April 1st. Like, I'm so incredibly comfortable with it. I could, like, we could say fuck building, and, like, I would be comfortable with it. Obviously, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. But the building, to me, is going to be fine. So,
yeah.
Here's the plan. Take a break from all the grab shit. Just take a complete break from all that. Work on this dampener. Yeah, the dampener. And in the meantime, Abina and I'm gonna work on the just making sure that the building mechanism works in the sandbox. There's some changes that I need to make sure Game Master is not like a required reference and things like that. And,
sure.
So I'm gonna do that. And then Abina's going to handle he's still fixing some general vehicle physics stuff, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you're at a point that you're like you want to test things, just let us know at any time, and then we're just the priority is gonna be always testing this to make sure it works.
You mean the dampening?
The dampening, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically
Dude, I literally think I can do it in like 5 minutes.
Well,
like...
if you can, then do it. Then do it, and we'll run it. We'll run it, tomorrow.
Sure.
And
yes, but yeah, for me, I wasted a lot of time in XRI. I really need to figure it out this weekend without XRI. So it's still on my list. I don't want to give it up right now because it will put all the effort that I put in to waste.
And I get that. We just have to reprioritize like what we need to get done, because we need to make sure the getting off and on cars is stable, because we have a grab and we have a shoot. Like, it might not be the one we want, but we have one.
Sure. Yeah.
What we don't have is we don't have like this mechanism. So we need to get this done, and then we can essentially reach for a new feature, more or less.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll give you what we need, and then I'll work on the grab.
Word.
Because you know, as much as the as important as the walking on a vehicle or getting on and off vehicle is, I still don't feel comfortable with just having our current grab and shoot.
I get that, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
It's very reasonable because yeah, it could feel better, it could feel good. We want to wow people with the game. I gotta triage some things though, like I would rather, in the worst case scenario, I would rather get feedback from players that says, yeah, like I wish the grab was better, I wish there was more to do with the grab, than this game doesn't work.
Yeah.
So but I think you're gonna still be able to get to do the grab, by the way. Don't get me wrong, because I do think the change is minor.
I feel like that.
So yeah, I just basically I just want to make sure we're good.
I'll get it done. Where is this stabilizer attached to? It's been so long. Is it on the local avatar?
I don't know.
I made them, but
I know you get. I know the local avatar gets parented to an object that says.
I know.
You know,
but
that's all I know.
Spending
yeah, I'll figure it out.
Before we flipped profitable. So that was a business plan that we were putting in front of potential buyers. Not only buy the company, but sign up for a $10 million loss before you start making money.
After IAC officially dropped what happens? I know you cut staff immediately, but you buy the company.
15 interested buyers drop out one by one. It comes down to me and one other potential buyer. IAC decides to go for my unique deal. It takes us something like 3 months to sign an agreement between each other. They lay everyone off except for 7 people that I pled them to keep.
Yeah, man.
In January.
I'll get to it.
Alrighty, dude.
And we'll sync up for that.
Sounds good, man. I think we're running a game tonight, so you should.
Oh, Valorant.
Yes.
Time to pick up Valorant. I will attempt.
Let me message Bino if he wants to run it right now, and I'll message Chris too.
Yeah. Then fuck it. I'll do the damn thing tomorrow.
Well, you do it right now. Fuck it. I mean, like, you know, they're not gonna get here and for a little bit. I mean, just to hang out. We're hanging. That's basically I was just saying, hang out.
There's
a missing script.
Sign our deal until March. 2 days before lockdown.
No longer exists.
Here in LA.
Maybe
so great timing.
Oh,
maybe it's just.
And really, at that point, you're basically with a little bit of a head start with some brand identity and like at least some semblance of the subscriber base. But essentially, you're founding a new company. To that point, College Humor had only been occasionally profitable in its history.
Yeah.
And was not profitable at the time, which obviously influenced IAC's decision.
Yeah.
But you set out on a path to build a business,
product. We go direct to market with it, and we reap the result of that from our audience base in the form of monthly subscriptions. Full stop. Like it could not be simpler on paper. And because we're not in the meta sport of growing this business, we can be very slow and responsible and reasonable about it. We always forecast super conservatively, just meaning we don't guess that we're going to be very successful and then spend against that guessing.
Helps to be self-deprecating at times, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
I want to jump in a little bit more around generating revenue. It's about 80 to 85% of your business is coming from streaming subs. You mentioned to me about 10% is from merch. I imagine the rest is sort of some miscellaneous.
Black market organ sales.
Yeah, that exactly.
Can't find it anymore.
What other revenue streams? I know you're not doing digital advertising.
Pretty decent, you know. Now, Are there other progressive politics going on here? There absolutely are. I mean, like, Brennan is such a, I feel like watching our content, the Dropout platform in general, is a safe space, when all we are is like very decent, you know? Now, are there other progressive politics going on here? There absolutely are. I mean, like, Brennan is such a sort of devout anti-capitalist, and that messaging is all throughout Dimension 20.
If Brennan's the DM, the bad guy is capitalism. And I don't know how the bad guy is capitalism in Fairy Tale Land, but I am confident that he will have found a way.
Our individual voices are certainly popping up here and there. At the end of a Game Changer episode, I had a lever where my players unionized against me, and I celebrated it. But at its core, I think, is just decency. And then it surprises me that the bar is so low everywhere else.
Ultimately, the question is about valuing workers and building that into your company culture and how you've made that commitment.
I do think it helps that all of us now, business partners of the company, executives in the company, we're all of us creative people who make things ourselves. And so we really do value these contributions. There's always this sort of like chasm of appreciation that happens when you have people who don't come from this world or make stuff, who come and see what we do, meaning comedic performance or whatever it is, writing, improvising, as like hanging out or flippant work between the people who actually make the stuff and know what that means, like how precious this stuff feels, how valuable our time has to be in order for us to like treat ourselves in this career seriously. So I think it just comes from a place of
I got you a little gift. Me and my rig team worked really hard on this one, and so I wanted to show you what, this is getting weird. I wanna bear with me! Is it not the most massive forehead you've ever seen in your entire life? That's a normal sized forehead. But wait, there is more! Is it not beautiful? Am I not a work of art? Is it not the most beautiful thing that your eyes have seen on this day? I like that it shines. It like glistens. Am I not radiant? This is the best gift. You're welcome, you're welcome. Anyways, this will now be a toggle that you guys can redeem, I guess. I got you a little gift.
You've got 3 sets to do. After a few light warm-up sets...
Had a client
Wait, Henny has chat. Henny has a good drive.
Different. No. Wait, I need to talk to
Sorry, Grasso. Must be a good near.
God, my spirit wish you would guard my life. We are the same. War's a coming, Shadow. I have a big role for you.
Grim, there's nothing but rot. I warned you.
Wednesday even gave me his magic stick to guard, so...
Gungnir, you think you earned it? You have the All-Father's favor today, and it feels good. Like you did something to deserve it. You think you're not his bitch? I watched you sign your life away. You're his man now. You're his bodyguard. And when he dies, you're the punk that's gonna have to hold his vigil. You're fucked, man.
Spoken like the dog he just kicked.
We're not the hero, Shadow.
Hey, boy. Yes. What do you think you're doing with it?
One thing I'm curious is like how do you have money? Like how do you have money? I know you get sponsors and like these videos do numbers and you get ad revenue.
Yeah.
But you also upload like twice a year.
It's not like not money, but it's definitely like less than if I would consistently do stuff. And it comes in like bursts, you know?
Yeah.
It's like sponsorship burst of money. But like I invest it and stuff.
Can I look at your first video? 5 million.
That's it? You're just gonna sew me up?
Wow, I don't see anything else in these.
Fuck, marry, kill.
Excuse me, sir.
question.
You the chief here?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand you have my boy. I went to the pool to pick him up and someone said they saw the fire truck take him.
I'm sorry.
My boy, Xander, where is he?
Yeah, sorry for the confusion, but your husband came by.
You mean his father?
Yes.
Didn't hand Z to him.
I'm sorry, man. We're a little confused.
He doesn't have custody. He's a lunatic, and you just hand over my child to him? What gives you the right?
Wallace?
It's my boy we gave to the wrong parent.
You're right about that.
His mom's suing the CFD.
Worse, she's threatening to go straight to the news channel. She's not waiting for lawyers. She says she's on TV tonight.
Or we cut her a check. And I promise you, Wallace, this isn't going to be on me.
Hey, it's me again. That little stick figure family decal that was brand new.
I think you better leave.
I thought Z's daddy was having a picture.
I said leave.
You're scamming us.
What's wrong, baby?
You're scamming us.
You saying this is...
We make her an offer and we make this go away.
That won't be necessary.
I'm not sure this is the time.
They're scam artists. Who is? The mother and father. They cooked it up after.
You the chief here?
Yes, ma'am.
There are documented, peer-reviewed instances where you...
I was using that.
We shall see if you have used it well.
I was unkind to the first boy who loved me. I stole the doll once from my cousin. I tried my best.
Your best is good. Each will take you to the duet. The duet has many worlds. Choose.
Which has my father. He beat me, and I would like not to see his world.
Choose.
You are a kind boy. You choose for me? Are you sure I do this with you? Follow the wrong god. I do not see my Tita again.
Why are wizards so squishy? What, you want hit points in addition to being able to bend reality with your mind? Wizards are so
Wait,
powerful. They're like the most
Do you have my
powerful class in the game.
Riot account? I remember.
Riot account?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris has got it. Do you remember the info?
Those low levels, you're going to be dominating battlefields from here till the end game. D6 is fine. I come from 3.5, where they had D4 hit points, and I think we should go back to that. I think they got it too easy as it is now.
Maybe it was Chris's alt. I can't.
They should be squishy. Stay on the back line. Let your barbarian have some fun.
Wait, I remember I once sent it into a chat.
Did you get it 1,000?
He got the whole thing because he's co-founder of the company.
Watch how sharks get disappointed and turn these college boys' happiness into sadness.
Yeah, so we started the company just over a year ago, and since that time we've done $1.3 million in sales.
Good for you guys.
A very solid amount of money out of college selling their old team-issued gear.
I don't do stupid deals. This deal's it's stupid. Guys, I'm out.
I'm willing to make an offer, but, you know, you might not like it. You're asking us to give money, but you need us to go work for you. What I always say, look, 70% of a watermelon is a whole lot better than 95% of a grape.
Oh, I found it.
From our standpoint, to come...
Why are you killing your colleagues?
They knew how to build it.
You wanted to be the only one who could.
Michael Ross. Yes? We'd like to ask you a few questions. Who's we? U.S. Attorney's Office.
My kids now, we only give them tablets on road trips or on...
Michael Ross. Yes?
My client is Mike Ross. It's Harold.
My kids now, we...
You expect me to believe you got millions driving around in this low-rent ride?
You want to be a cop magnet? Drive around in a flashy car.
You learned that in KC, working corners in Brookside?
I look like a Brookside guy to you? I'm from Blue Parkway. Before you start quizzing me on ribs, it's LC's all the way.
Okay, so can we talk numbers now?
20 keys uncut, selling at $400 per.
We're buying your entire load, so we ain't paying retail.
300. Best and final.
It's $1 million. Just to prove it for real.
All right.
Careful.
Relax, KC. It's a sample. But cut that at least 5 times before you taste it. Whoever does, be dead before they hit the floor.
So it's a deal.
Maybe. We still got to do a little background check on your man here.
All right, well, you got my number. But you make us wait too long, it goes back to 250.
Is this gonna work?
Thanks doesn't screw up your paper trail.
And if he does?
We pray the body count doesn't include us.
You expect me to believe you got...
It's all right. It's okay. Okay? We're gonna get you to the hospital. All right? Okay? I'll see you soon, y'all. I'll see you soon. Okay?
Let's get out of here.
We're not going anywhere until we clean this fucking mess up. Right. I gotta get this thing off the road.
That. Let's just go.
We can't leave it here with bodies in it, you
What'd you call me?
If we leave it here, we're gonna have the cops all over us. I gotta get rid of the bodies, and you gotta get Zoe to the hospital. When I'm done here, I'll meet you at the RV point.
Zoe didn't make it.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
You take her to the hospital.
Well, why would I? She was dead before I got anywhere near one.
So what'd you do with her?
Doesn't matter. I'm sorry things turned out the way they did, you know. It was a shitty situation.
Because you panicked.
I saved our asses.
Look at him.
Oh, I don't think so, pal. I don't think so.
It's all right.
$5,000 American.
Look, I'll give you $25,000 to talk to this man right now, outside.
How dare this dog speak to us like children? Get out!
I'm sorry. Can't do that. I'll leave after we've spoken. Arthur Curry, also known as Protector of the Oceans, the Aquaman.
So let me get this straight. You do dress like a bat, like an actual bat.
Worked for 20 years in Gotham.
Oh, that shithole. Don't count on it, Batman.
Why not?
Because I don't like you coming here, digging into my business, getting into my life. I want to be left alone. Strong man as strong as alone. You ever heard that?
You ever hear of Superman? He died fighting next to me. He believed we were stronger together. We owe it to him.
I don't know anyone, anything. Dressed like a bat. You're out of your mind, Bruce Wayne.
$5,000 American.
You told him...
These engineering students...
You told him he could walk?
Yes. I was in the Peace Corps. I've seen polio. I've studied the procedures.
You're privileged.
Sir?
I'm saying you grew up privileged. And that privilege made you arrogant. And arrogance in an unseasoned surgeon is a very dangerous thing.
Sir, I didn't make this promise lightly. I can do this.
Did you promise him you'll try, or did you promise him you'll walk? Arrogant. All right, dump him to our ass. You'll live and die on this. This is your career at CL Grace. Patient's getting harder to ventilate. You hear me?
I heard you. Shush.
Did you shush me? Don't shush me. You need to start to wrap up.
Wrap up? I just got started.
Working for 8 hours.
Because I'm trying to be meticulous.
Dude, you want me to walk? You want me to keep breathing?
I have one close, but we had to. We took the patient to surgery again. Hang on. We're there. Help her.
That's when we saw the dude do the thing with his foot.
The surgery was more difficult than I anticipated. I was able to do the tendon release, but your lungs and heart weren't able to withstand any more time under anesthesia, so I couldn't do any more than that.
When do we start again?
Sunder, I'm saying I think we don't.
Now I don't understand. These engineering students were given a final test where they had to build a bridge using wooden sticks. But after weeks of preparation, when they finally finished, their teacher gave an interesting announcement. He said that if any of the bridges could support the body weight of a human, the entire class would get an A+. So everybody was super excited, but there was just one problem. All the bridges kept on failing since nobody paid attention in class. And some of them, you could just tell that there's no way it would hold a person because they built them way too skinny and didn't use the secret technique for bridge build. But now everybody is super worried because there's only 2 more bridges left. And if neither of them can hold a person, nobody gets an A+. But now there's only one left. So everybody holds their breath as she steps on. But it holds her so everybody gets an A+. These engineering students were
In high school, I put the plastic knife in my pocket for some reason. I don't remember why. Then I just started scraping against the desk, and I was like, oh, wow, I can cut this desk in half. Did this for like 5 minutes, but the teacher was like, tough, what are you doing? Stop. And I was doing the calculation in my head. I was like, it would take me like 10 hours to cut through this. Fuck it. I think that would be like a video where people would be interested. So I went to the store on the way home, and I bought like the cheapest plastic knives I could find. And then I just got this like $20 fold-out table. Went in my room, hit record on the camera, and I just went to town, and I was just hunting through it. And I think that took 12 hours. In high school, I put the plastic knife.
terms of writing. There's one thing we always try to avoid in South Park is gags, and it seems like Family Guy is basically just gags.
I think what makes me disappointed about Family Guy is I think it could be an amazing show.
I don't think they work hard enough. We're just throwing out a gag randomly. Yeah, and then he says this, and it's like, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yo, it's good.
It has nothing to do with that character. We got
What's poppin'?
calls from The Simpsons saying thank you, because they actually hate Family Guy more than we do.
What's up? How y'all gentlemen doing?
I'm doing good.
Could be better. I was just telling you what my brain's deep fried, but that's alright.
Deep fried. Damn.
Yeah, deep rabbit hole. But I'm gonna jump out of it today, and yeah, I guess we're not gonna use XRI for grab. Too many issues. Implement our own grab mechanics. Oh, a question on the vehicle stabilizer.
Oh, right.
You did change it, right?
So I copied your code back. So I don't think I did, but it's not performing like it used to. So some shit is wrong. Something is wrong.
Well, tomorrow, let's sync up on the current state of the script, and I'll take a look at it and fix it as quick as I can, so that we'll can test out the moving platform thing.
Bet. Yeah, I think the only
apparently,
yeah.
Yeah, apparently that might be the solution to walking on the vehicle. So
yeah, I think the only change that it would need is that, like, if you get on and off, I don't think it's like linked, but yeah, it was working before, so I'm sure it's something small, but
because we were doing a lot of integration, but maybe during one of them, some part of it is like lost or deprecated. we just didn't look at it.
Yes,
I'm sure we can fix it
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bet.
That's good.
All right.
I'm like halfway through the download.
If it's
you
your...
guys can
like the update?
Start the game. Yeah. Very slow. Probably several updates for me.
Possibly. Well, yeah, that's a good point.
Can you screen one game?
Yeah, we could do the warm up, I guess. The death match. You know what? A game I actually kind of really want to play tomorrow, though, is
It's a good.
Nope. Well, yes, but hold on. Repo. I dropped it in dump earlier. Like, I'm so jealous of this fucking avatar.
Let's see.
It's so fucking funny.
Bro. Wait.
It's basically
It
like
seems
Lethal
someone-
Company style gameplay, but it's got so much more in it.
I'm thinking it's.
And it looks really, I'm not gonna lie, it looks really fun.
I'm gonna put the heads.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yo, what game is it?
It's called Repo.
Repo?
Yeah.
Are you like a miner? Like,
Nah, it's like, remember we played Lethal Company together? Remember that?
Found a new extraction point.
It's kind of like that. You just got to get a bunch of shit from like a, you know, and take it home with you. But it's like first person, and you like, it's a little slower and more funny and weird in the physics, and you got to put shit in a cart and stuff like that. It's like, it's funny. And the avatars really steal the show, because they're basically like the Canadians from South Park. They're like, their mouth moves the same way, like on a hinge. And you can like turn into a small thing and or big thing, and there's destructible environments and stuff. It's very funny.
yeah.
I need to play some funny games. I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, this seems like a fun game, you know? Like, just like I'm chilling.
I need to get out of the FPS cycle.
Oh, is Waylay out?
We warming up? What we doing?
Oh yeah, we're gonna warm up. Sorry, my bad. It's like,
Oh, we're is this us three?
well,
Yeah,
go
still
see if
double.
Chris decides to jump in at some point, but
Can we even queue us for?
not ranked. But well, if we can find a random, you know, which is always possible.
A random. I feel like we need to like we need our go-to our go-to fifth.
Yeah. It's so weird that like what queuing as 5 I feel like is worse than 4, you know? Waylay. Well, let's see. Let's hop into the let's hop to a custom game, I guess.
Yeah, I know today is just bizarrely slow for me. Let me actually get out of Discord and see if it gets better.
What? Who is Waylay?
Yeah, it's the new duelist. Like her abilities are kind of, it's kind of like Chamber again, but it's like Chamber and Jet basically had a baby.
You can teleport and shit.
Yeah.
But she's a duelist.
Yeah, she's a duelist.
Yeah, no, that's like. That's OP. All right.
Shit, was kind of crazy. All right. I think you can just
pick whoever.
Yeah, so I want to try her. Oh, no, I can't. That's stupid.
Do you have to buy her?
I do.
Damn.
Lame, bro. Lame.
After all
the time in the world.
I guess you can probably try on the practice. I should have thought of that.
Wait, I have a rock in my shoe. Nice. Free rock.
I don't even know what these abilities are.
Oh yeah, let me turn on
Turn on all
cheats.
the, yeah.
Fuck, I always forget where it is. Wait, match. Fuck. Where the fuck are the cheats?
I don't know, Chris knows.
God
Every
damn,
time.
bro. I'm like forgetting. I feel like these are my own settings. Wait, no, it's not cheats, isn't it? It's like dude, isn't it? Bro, I don't even know. Fuck it.
Oh shit. She can teleport.
Seconds left.
Wow.
Wow.
You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker.
Yeah, like where are the cheats?
I feel like I know where they're supposed to be, and then I just don't see them. Maybe I had to enable them. I have no idea.
That's crazy.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
I didn't even buy it.
Jesus Christ. That's frightening.
Oh,
Don't
shit.
get back up, sweetheart.
Alright.
They messed up. Now we keep them down.
I'm like, where the fuck? Alright, whatever.
That's all they get.
Woo! I don't even know what that is. I don't even know if I should be worried about it or not.
Here, cat. One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead. I love this part. That was their best. Huh. Alright.
Frames.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day
Oh,
benefits
you're
as
also
you
on
think.
Discord.
Huh?
I think you're on Discord. Like streaming.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I was just yeah, I was checking if my shit was. Yeah, you right.
Come on then! No peeking!
Yep.
Drop in a smoke.
But
Have one of these.
What the fuck is that?
Fuck.
Where the fuck are you?
Go ahead and plant. Fucking plant.
Oh no!
Fuck.
"30 seconds left."
Spike planted.
Fuck. Fuck. Are you really gonna play Todd? Fuck you. Some bullshit. Fuck this. Such a bullshit. Fuck that.
No!
No.
No peeking.
Thor loses.
Bruh. It's upsetting.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
One more. We'll run into deathmatch.
I don't quit.
Wow.
Fuck.
Fucking reload, that's right. Talk about spray.
Where are you?
I'll just let you think about that one, alright?
I was just running around like a fucking idiot. Alright.
Yous don't get a reset button, so stay up.
Okay. You want to leave the game?
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Let me send KT a message, seeing what's up. How's the download? ATA. I guess ETD? 80%. So like a minute? I might have deleted. What?
Damn. You really Team CS?
Bro, Jesus.
I don't think Discord is causing the download to go slow, so might as well just be here.
Well, that's good at least.
Wow.
Let me
Hop on.
Match found.